Hello, chat. Hope y'all are doing fantastic today. Today, the plan is slow down after the magnificent I promise I know how to speak. I promise. After the magnificent failure that was yesterday, I decided it's definitely time to slow down. And I was probably a bit cocky thinking that I could just tackle object pooling without having a plan. And my idea wasn't terrible if I was working in a full featured language. But working in a scripting language that has all the restrictions that it does probably was poorly thought out. Shouldn't even say probably. It was poorly thought out. So today we're going to slow down, do some planning, and go back to the concepting stage for the object pooling feature. But kind of having a chill stream and doing a bunch of gaming at the tail end of it. Couldn't even say tail end. I'm playing like first half of the stream is dev, second half is just gaming. So that is my plan. We'll see how much I can hold to it. Ew. But first thing I want to do to make sure and get it out of the way so I don't leave it to the tail end and then forget about it, get today's Twitter post. And part of the Twitter post today is going to be a video of fetch working. Hopefully I don't still have compile errors. Hopefully. A game. You want to launch? That'd be awesome. Okay. That should be plenty. There. You. What section of this video do I actually want as part of the question? At least don't want that first bit. That should be good. Okay, strip the audio. And crop out all the excess. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Hot dog demo 1. Hot dog demo 02. Looking good. What all was this week? It's Bad Doggo Shadows. Let's go ahead, fetch. Experimented with nations and haters. Planned object pooling, which is what we're doing today. Cool. Now, take 2 of this. So, another way of doing this I thought up like 30 minutes after stream yesterday was I could have kind of like the object pooling equivalent of a factory pattern. So, oh, that's not what I need. There's a design pattern that's sometimes used called a factory pattern, where you have a centralized class that handles production of certain types of objects. And often that is going to be a static class that anything can call into and say, hey, I need an object with these things. It handles all the muss and gus of initializing stuff. And sometimes that can be like a wrapper around a type of object that maybe has a lot of freeform stuff, but you want to have, how to put this? Let's say you have an object that is basically Play-Doh. Okay, and so we'll use Play-Doh as an example. And sure, you can instantiate Play-Doh, but it could take on just about any form. The factory could theoretically be used as a wrapper to say, give me a cube of Play-Doh. That's one use case for that. Taking that same concept and applying it to the idea of object pooling, I could have a static class, or the closest thing to it that we have in Godot, where we have here static dictionary. Okay. And the structure of this dictionary could theoretically right now be something like object type wrong. That's what's wrong. And inside would be an array that has 1, 2, etc. So that's a way to organize this thing. Another way is for anything that's going to want to produce objects to have its own pool. So, as an example, the player character could have its own pool of projectiles, and it manages that more directly. What do I gain? What do I lose by doing that? The first thing I gain is more direct and granular control over how the pool behaves. So some of that can be configured here. What do I lose? Well, obviously trying to recreate generic types just wasn't working out well. Like having this base class, and I could probably have figured out a way to shoehorn in the functionality of generic types into this, by using things like this available objects method, each inheriting class is going to override this. Yeah, so if I were to try and go with this strategy, I think the better approach would be just make one for attacks. Like, just start there. And then when I go to the next step of trying to make one for enemies, extract the pieces that they have in common as I'm making it. But with this approach, I can kind of just slip this in wherever I would normally do instantiation. I instead call to this, and wherever I would normally do queue free, I again call to this. Yeah, this is kind of a garbage collection intervention. And I kind of like that idea. It's also worth noting, if I were to do pooling with like the separate pools and be more granular, I'd end up having one pool on the world. Would it be there? Or it would be within the orchestrators. Probably within the orchestrators. Alternatively, using this method, the orchestrators would just say, hey, I need a pool of this thing. And it knows how to generate a pool. And I'm kind of thinking that's the better approach. One thing I need to look into is... Alright, I looked at this briefly yesterday. Do I need to look at it again? Alternatives to arrays in... single-dimensional array and offset the indices by predefined row size. Well, this is specifically for finding a stand-in for a 2D array. So different types of in code. Built-in engine features for memory management. No. That's not what I'm asking about. What I really want, I think, is a stack. Stack is... wait. But Goat doesn't have a stack. Array is just going to function like that. Okay. I think this is the way to go. I think this will be the simpler approach. And I need to think about what the requirements are of objects that go into these tools. First, must come from a pack clean. Now, here's a question. If I preload twice, are they treated as the same thing? Where's Scratch? Let's grab the B. Okay. So what is boop? Because if these are equivalent, then this becomes pretty simple. It's true. Good to know. I should be able to use that as the key. Let's double check that. Scratch. Let's actually just move my numbers or my notes over to here while I work on that. Invalid assignment Property or key loop. Value of type float. Base object of type array. Oh. Whoops. Better. Now here's a question. Is using an object as a key in a dictionary bad? Can be highly dangerous and error prone if the object is mutable. See what Stack Overflow people have to say. I assume that when doing a lookup in a dictionary, it needs to hash the key you are giving it. Use that hash to find the object you're looking for. So one thing that I don't like in this is preload for this is a little weird. How many times is that going to be hit? That was the question. So how is preload used? Hold on, let's see what people have to say here first. Seems a bit smelly. What's the use case? The get hash code method of the objects is correctly implemented. There shouldn't be any problem. Yeah, we don't really have that in GDScript though. Yeah, right now they're talking about implementing IEnumerable, if we're talking in like C# terms. Yes, it's a bad idea to use a mutable object as a dictionary key. Well, here's a question. How mutable is a packed scene? I don't think it's super mutable. Actually, let's just look at the reference stuff on this. What do we have? We have a getter. Getter, instantiate, packed. I think this is static, though. Oh. So this is the only dangerous part of using that as a key. How likely is it that I would preload something and then want to repack it? Seems like a weird thing to do. I can't do that stuff, can I? On a packed scene? Surely not. First preload. Oh, it returns a resource, not a packed scene. Duplicate, and it changed. It kind of looks immutable to me. I mean, I guess these are not write protected, so you could technically change these. I think I'm okay with this. If I weren't going to use that, what would I use instead? The only other option is to use this string. Hey there, Soul Warding. How's it going? If I use that string, I lose IntelliSense, or code completion. So that's not ideal. Yeah, it has the risk of causing problems, but I think using this object as my key is the answer. Now, one thing I want to test, Scratch. I'm just putting that for my own curiosity. Why are you throwing this as an error? Expression of type pack scene. Expression is of type pack scene, so it can't be of type enemy base. Why would that be an error? Like, this is not a totally unreasonable thing to do. I'm checking different things. Oh, that's... This line is not the reason that's popping up. This is why that's popping up. So, I was right. It is also a packed scene. It is not yet a enemy base. And I'll bet... Well, this has to be it. Like, this has to be an enemy base, right? Otherwise, Godot just doesn't work. And I know Godot works. Mostly. Yeah. Huh? Resources nodes, exported and overridden properties. Nope. Okay. Could I make a poolable object class that all of these need to extend? That begs the question. What is poolable object? It would be something that has like a has free in it. Never does Q free. Actually, is there even a way to prevent Q freeing? Here's a kind of interesting idea. You could, theoretically, do something like on object leaving tree, cancel its freeing. You wouldn't want to do it on exiting tree because then anytime you reparent, that's going to get hit. Free delete sounds right. But there's nothing in here talking about freeing, so maybe not. No, I don't need that because I'm going to use the background worker threads. Yeah, I think I'm settled on using this new approach. And that needs to go over in globals. Not need attack. Okay, and now this concept of a poolable object. I feel like I should hammer that out in my head a bit better. And where would it go? Let's also talk about that. So attack base is my main use case. That's a physical entity base. So, in physical entity base, I'm using for anything that can be placed in the world and moved around. And the moved around part isn't even a guarantee. So the only physical entity base that I wouldn't want to be poolable, or being poolable isn't necessarily...
gens ne se trompent point, de la peur il se nourrit. Ô grand guerrier, je prie pour ta vie. À chaque eau, le
So I both like and don't like the idea of intervening in the queue-free process. Let me explain why. So the reason I don't like it is it's super janky. And like, if you want to queue-free something, you should be able to do it. That said, by implementing a intervening step in the queue-free process, I wouldn't have to be careful about refactoring this. Like, anywhere that queue-frees one of these right now can just continue doing that. Let's ask AI to outline this for us because it might give me some insights. When you queue object show, what happened? Object, what notification happened? Engine puts it in deletion queue instead of deleting it immediately at the end of the current frame or physics step. So safely detaches it from the scene tree, deletes all its children, and frees the object. So one thing I haven't really considered, this isn't great, is the children. Yeah, that's kind of messy the way I'm doing it, or the way I'm planning to do this. Because if I was being super rigorous with this, whenever I go to re-init the object, it should technically go re-init all of its children as well. And this would almost be the time for a unit test. Problem is, any unit test I craft for this is going to be trivially passing, because what I would do is change a bunch of properties on an object, use re-init, and see that things have gone back to base state. Well, whatever list of properties I think of to test, I know they're going to be reset, and if I then at a later date changing properties in my actual code, not in unit tests, that are not part of that unit test isn't going to adapt to that. Like, I'd have to know to go back, so that's not helpful. All right. What do I want to do next? I now know what non-English speakers hear when they hear English. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of different people that have made skits that show that off, and it's pretty interesting. There was one a while back that this group put together a skit where it was a couple having a fight, and that was very creative. How long ago was that? Not finding it. Oh, there it is. Short film Squirrel. Yeah, this was awesome. But I'm not oh, you're talking about just listening to me and not knowing what I'm talking about. Well, ask questions. I am happy to define anything and everything that I bring up. Unit tests? Unit tests are tests written in your code to test your code. Now, on the most fundamental level, that's what they are. There's a whole bunch of different unit testing frameworks. May have heard of things like JUnit. Common unit testing frameworks. JUnit, PyTest, Jest. NUnit is another big one. But it is code that tests your code. I actually have some of that in my code. I have very, very little. Godot doesn't have a built-in framework for unit testing, so it's a little messy what I've done. Where did I put that? Nope, that's not where I did it. Uh-oh. Where did I do this? Globals? Context? Wherever I did it, it has to be a node. Project. Main? Did I do it in? Surely I didn't do it in main. Oh, I did call it in main. There it is. No, this is a language called GD script. Or Godot script. So, here I have a function that I've named validate layers. This goes through and double checks that my layer names are correct. Because I built out this object for easily accessing collision information. But if any of these numbers are wrong, then the game breaks. So anytime I want to add a layer, anytime I want to change a layer, it needs to be reflected here, and that's what that function keeps track of. And that's a unit test. Normally, you would write it such that it never runs in the actual game. It only runs when you tell it to run as a unit test. But I'm not too worried about that right now. protected. Well, I have protected. Done here. So only if we're running in the engine will this execute. So once I export this project, that no longer runs. But again, keep asking any questions when you don't know what I'm talking about. Create new script. I still haven't really decided if I want to commit to doing this poolable object concept. And if I do it, what am I gaining out of it? I could build out yeah, I should probably do it. And I can build some protections into the initialization of this object. Yeah, it's worth it. Now, do I... Hold on. Specifically, poolable node. Okay. Don't worry about any of that stuff. This is my constructor. I want something to stop freeing, but I need a way to actually let it free. Gaining an RNG aspect poolable means what I think. No. So the concept of an object pool is, or pooling objects in game dev, is having a pool of objects you can pull from. Like, because English, these words are similar. Let me write it out. Having a pool of objects you can pull from. Instead of instantiating objects as you need them, you create a cache of these objects, a pool of them, that you can just grab on the fly. And when you're done with them, instead of deleting them, you just let them go back into the pool for later use. So games like bullet hells benefit a lot from this. So instead of creating a new bullet every time your spaceship shoots, instead what's happening is there's already an existing bullet somewhere in the background that is just being made to appear where your ship is starting to shoot. And then when that bullet collides with something and does damage, instead of deleting that bullet, it's just removed from view and put back into the pool so it can be reused. And this makes the processing for your game way more efficient. And I haven't done any of this for my game, so it's been long past due for me to do this. So what all do I need to check here? Because I want to stop queue free, or prevent the freeing, but I want to be able to queue free at some later time if I choose to. I'm assuming that's not allowed, of course. Already replacing, not what I want. Could go add callback to a every object in Godot implements a notification method. Its purpose is to allow the object to respond to a variety of engine-level callbacks. Late to it. But users might not realize that notifications exist for types other than node. Fine. Process, physics process, yes. But that's how I'd handle it. If I do this, all notifications will just no longer work. You were thinking pool isn't full of prizes? Yeah. How many games have you made while streaming? And are any of them on Steam or another way for viewers to play? This is my first ever game. This is what I started with. Welcome. We are past the 2-year mark on dev and learning so much. Cannot call the parent class. What? You're gonna need to explain. Plain cool beans? No. Plain this. Not really understanding. Like, I would have thought this would have a base implementation and you're overriding it, but that's not what's happening. So, if I've done this right, this object now cannot be free. So I guess let's try it. Worth a shot, right? We've got free. I guess I just want to know what boop is at this point. All the current code is worked toward making unit tests? No. Nope, none of this is for unit testing right now. I was just explaining what unit testing was earlier. Where are we stopped? I wonder if I made an infinite loop. You're illiterate when it comes to code? No problem. You might try to code tic-tac-toe. Do it. Tic-tac-toe, I think, is a perfectly valid first project. My first object-oriented coding project that was given to me was make a calculator. And I made it in what may be the screwiest way possible. It was total nonsense that I made. And I actually caught that project because of how I tackled it. I learned a whole bunch of wrong stuff about how programming works. And it took me years and years before I realized all of my misunderstandings and was able to fix them. But I can promise you, object pooling is not going to help you for tic-tac-toe. Object pooling typically is only something you want to use if you need dozens, but really more if you need hundreds of objects being managed. So, why? Where are we? Oh, I see what's happening. Yep. Because I had attack base selected up here, it wasn't running the code that was on screen. All right. What do you mean? how that works, right? Right? B template is that. Yeah. What the heck? Did I misspell it? No. What? It's an issue Windrose has. The game runs alright, but when it comes to player-created content, the game runs poorly because of lack of players being able to pool objects. If I'm understanding correctly. Telling the system, hey, load this as a single item, not 1,000 items. Yeah, without knowing more, I can't say for certain whether pooling is at play here. Because being player generated versus anything else isn't necessarily relevant to whether or not pooling is occurring. Yeah, there's just no way for me to know without really digging into whatever their performance issues are. Don't understand. Oh. Wait. No, I just did this. Like, very literally. Hold on. Yeah. Oh no, I did 2 preloads. Can you not instantiate in the ready function? That's maybe an interesting question. I see what it is. This is a resource. Specifically a GD script. This is not a scene. It needs to be a packed scene for me to use instantiate. That's what's going on. Preload pulls code you made already and runs it. You had that as a resource, not a seed. Scene, not seed. So I just haven't made a scene yet is the issue. And it's expecting, in order to instantiate it, it has to be a packed scene. And preload does not run any code, per se. It pulls a resource into a state where it can then be turned into something useful. So in the case of a scene file, it takes the code, puts it into a structure called a packed scene, and then that packed scene you can then instantiate. And that instance is the thing that actually shows up in the game. I should probably mention, this is quite specific to Godot. Instantiation is a more general concept in programming. But this is how Godot handles it for scenes and whatnot. Okay. And I think I might just make this a physical entity base. Like, I think that's where I want to insert it into the hierarchy. Yeah, that way I don't have to fuss with, like, practically this is the best answer I've got. Theoretically, the better answer is for physical entity base to inherit this, and then also fix up all the character class scenes, but I don't want to touch those. Like, at most, there's going to be 4 of those in existence at any given time. So, who cares? Okay. So this is now a thingamabob. Oh, and it just assumed... Oh, hold on. Send script. Code. Got it. Now, over in Scratch. That. Instantiate it. I want to free it. Then I want to just check what it is. Starting to think skipping the beginner steps when learning code is a bad idea. Depends by what you mean by beginner steps. If you mean watching videos and tutorials and that stuff, my general advice is to skip these things. Attempting to free a ref counted object. So what's the problem? All right, I can check this a different way. Oh, right. Have to actually get the instance before you try to do something with it. Yeah, that was just dumb. But I think it's time to stop work and we just play. I might do a little fiddling with this, but yeah, I think it's playtime. Going to play test your game? No. Just play a game that is not my game. Yeah, today is the equivalent of my Friday for a normal work week. So. Yeah, man. Okay. That says it is still valid. If I have done this correctly, commenting that out should flip that. Let's find out. Yeah, all this really decides is what color my particle effects are. So what color particle effects do we want today, guys? Spotty, you've been the most active today, so tell me, what color particle effects are we having? You got orange, purple, cyanish, teal, and green. Take your pick. Orange. Same as yesterday. All right. Whoop. That answers my question. I have successfully created an object that cannot be freed. Which is all kinds of interesting. Okay, and that is enough for today on that. Come on, you can do it. Thank you. Hello, sir.
You're welcome to go in. Mind you, don't get sticky.
He doesn't want me to steal his stuff. Got it. But he is a bandit. So what if I steal his stuff anyway? Like, he's not gonna report me to the cops because, you know, he's a bandit. I need poison to remove that. Orange, you glad I didn't say purple? But I like purple. Can I make the voice louder? Don't think so. No. Okay, you have a look, Maya.
This is Hira,
50. My name is Chalum Kaur.
Researchers working in Asha on the unfettered city.
Yeah, okay.
I am the only one left from the research team. Everyone else has sacrificed themselves in the fight. Therefore,
Modify these gauntlets to enable its users to get past the barrier around Asha.
By sampling the energy code of each energy tower, I hope.
What does it mean by sampling the energy
Be a way to
code?
save Asha.
Well, we know what that means. It's going to be go to place and press button. That's what that's going to mean.
This is my final hope. Please forgive us.
So we can get into Asha, the legendary city. We need to go tell Dad.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, I think I'm going to just turn the voice acting off so I can just read it to you guys. Old key card. Ooh. So he told me not to steal stuff, and then I stole stuff. We didn't take anything. But we totally did take stuff. But we found your family's little hiding hole in Quilon. He'll regret disgracing our leader. Don't you dare hurt my family! Get out of my way, or you'll regret it. Feisty kids. Oh. Oh. Hello. There's a lot. But apparently my bow is real good. Or my crossbow. That definitely is not a gun. Find the locations of the energy powers. That's a power station, not an energy tower. Very different. Do not confuse them. Can I get up there at all? Ooh, boy. Oh yeah, now that I'm up close, there is clearly no way to climb that. Yeah, nope. Yeah, feel free to use my channel as a resource if you want to learn programming. I am perfectly happy to have tangents to teach the basics. Like, I've done it before, and happy to do it again. Hi! You're alright. I thought I'd lost you. What? Your father was here looking for you, saying he'd found the information you needed. Soon after, a group of bolt pickers came into the shop, threatening him, demanding he come with them. Those lies! Do you know where they went? They'll probably take him to their main camp by the Baran Tower. It's on the other side of the Atma Mountains. We'll need to go there and help him. He must travel on the northern road from Ramak's Den over the mountain pass. The tower can be reached from the valley. I'll be right behind you. Come back in one piece, alright? Don't worry, Mom. You will. Gosh. Let me live my life. I'm curious, do new quests pop up at all over time? No way. The other side? That's like way too far. If you're gonna do Valley Girl accent, you need to throw in just arbitrary use of the word like that make no grammatical sense. Like, am I like God? How could I forget that? It's the most important part. Next time. Indeed. Yeah, I guess there's nothing here for me. All right. Where are we going? Soon we're going to the South Mountain Pass that I already stepped foot into. Yeah. Yeah, after stream, I peeked into each of the different areas so I could know where we were going today. What is this? Halt! This road belongs to bolt pickers. If you wish to pass, you need to pay. I'm not paying. Then get lost. If you try to pass, we'll take you down. You can try. Oh, wait. That works. What? Ooh. Let's heal up a bit. What? Come back here. I need you to stand in the damage effect. Oh, that shot was hefty. Much better. Don't know how I feel the map screen in this game. Yeah, this map is interesting. Like, it's super cool in concept. Functional, not so much. But also, check out that mini-map in the bottom right. It might be the worst mini-map I've ever seen in a game. It's the kind of mini-map I would make. Like, if I was making a 3D game, it's the kind of minimap I would think to try and make, because I see how they did it. You can really see... I'm thinking about the other game for part of what I was about to explain, but I'm pretty sure I see how they did it, and... yeah, no. That is... And if I can come up with the solution... Oh! Thank you for mentioning that. I feel real dumb now. One moment. Let's see. Let me make sure. Is there any place where I'm not going to block stuff? No. If I go to the bottom left, I'm going to be blocking all that. Here, I'll show you briefly. Boop-a-doop-a-doop. There's the minimap. Just gray blobs. It's the whole map. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Is that even useful at all? No. The only thing it's useful for is red dots show up on the minimap for enemy locations, so that is helpful for knowing enemies are coming. But that's it. Wait, there's an enemy behind me? Oh, they just respawned. Sure. I like extra loot. Or just experience. That's fun too. Yeah, the only way to really navigate in this game reliably is use the waypoint system. So on the big map, I can place waypoints and then I get this glowy trail. Whoa, that's a whole lot. Perfect. Glorious. Whoop. How many of you are there? My stat point. Let's get out of here. But seriously, how many are gonna pop out of there? Oh yeah, I need to remember I've got a different range weapon right now. Oh, nope. Whoa, that's hurting. Hello. But I'm not in combat? Hello. Oh no. Scavenger Geary. Please don't be mad. I didn't mean to run away from you. My mount just got scared, you see? I'll pay you if you promise to let me be. I'm not part of the bolt pickers. No? Oh, that's relief. It's bad enough already. I lost my mount and hurt my leg badly when I tried running past those bullies. Now I'm stuck here. We can help you. Could you lend me a mount? Back home? Sure. Well, this is awkward. Sir, I would like you to ride me. So where am I taking you? All you had to do was ask. Oh my. Oh, and he's like, he's helping. That's cool. Can I just keep him? Get off my property. No visitors here. Wait, you're the one who helped me get Bala back. Zane, they're trustworthy. Are you ushering? Why did you leave Keylon? Short version is I got tired of being trapped in that role by the manager. You were rich, you could do whatever you want. Didn't have true freedom. Ones who control the area are the ones who make money without ever risking their own bodies. Cool. Yeah, so for anyone joining today, one mechanic you're not going to see me use because I'm not doing multiplayer is mounted combat with other players. So while you're playing with someone else, you can turn into one of these creatures and then another player can ride on you. And there's a whole set of buffs and tactics you can use if hold on. I have not checked out that area. That you can use if you have another player. You know, there's so much cool stuff in this game. I am beyond impressed with almost all of it. It's just the occasional thing like the mini map. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, I gushed about it a couple days ago. The fact that there's platforming, like actual platforming in a top-down action RPG, that's insane. I mean, I guess I'll just rely on this guy to kill stuff too. Hello. Demon Horn Ramix. Hold up. Oh, so it's just better in almost every way. Since it has a buff on fire stiffs. I mean, honestly, being able to just evade while someone else does the damage, it's kind of neat. Ooh. That fire attack is probably too good. If I want to climb this, how would I do that? Probably not possible, but... Oh! Oh! I'm getting a little altitude. Oh! 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 Nope. Invisible wall. Ah, so lame. All right, fine. I won't go to the place I'm not allowed to go. Log file? Oh, log file. Wait. Climb. Please climb. Climb before. Or did I do it somewhere else? Ooh. Sequence. Ma X. Silver. WH. Armor gives 60% more defense. Okay, so this is rune words. That's exactly what that is. Is that now saved for me? Yes! Nice. Cool. It's kind of a weird place for it to be, but that's cool. Get on, buddy. The good thing he's such an amazing archer. in case it wasn't obvious to everyone, shooting a bow is hard. Shooting a bow while, or shooting a moving target with a bow is harder. Shooting a moving target with a bow while you are on horseback, basically, bruh. Oh no! I accidentally returned him home. Surprise! Found these supplies on a fallen mount. Case the mountain. Cool. Why are you people living here? I don't actually care. Ooh. Whoa! Oh, that's mine. I'm looking at the wrong menu. Whoops. Money on pickup, 100%. Health regained on kill, 25. Yeah, let's buy it. Poison ability damage. Okay. More defense. Less physical damage resistance. More ability power. I lose blunt ability damage, but gain poison ability damage. So that's better. The only thing this is lacking is movement speed, but if I want to try out conjuration stuff, this thing's amazing. Okay. Let's also take stock of where all the conjuration skills are and what their cooldowns are like. Like this one, a 30-second lifespan, a 35-second cooldown. That's close enough to full uptime in the way combat works in this game. Now here's what we'll do. We will respec once I'm not out in the wilderness. The fact the map isn't just a camera miles in the sky is insane to you. That's kind of what it is. Like, it's almost literally that, but with a shader applied on top of it. Ooh. But this is Asha. The engine you've been seeing me use is Godot. That's what this is. And my general advice to everyone is do not make your own engine. Godot. Godot. Must have been to Asha. Been in Asha when the people that lived there. Or was it? I was never able to see the city. Okay. Saw it as I opened it. We're like, maybe should have waited. Yeah. How the heck am I gonna... Oh dear. Oh dear. That's how I'm gonna fight those. Done. Mount would be needed to make this jump. Would it? Yeah, you need to be on a mount and then be able to jump off of it. I'm still gonna try to make this jump. Oh. It's not working. Well, I'm going to assume that means I have to get a mount at some point, right? Or this is something that you can only get in multiplayer. Holy cow, that was a lot of poison damage. Okay, we're good. Oh, that hurts. Oh no. %, chance to cast level 2 Hydra Shot on strike. And done so. Yeah, I don't need to fight everything. What's the problem? Quest to reignite the fire of the Suvani Shrine. Get up with that. What a try? I'm sorry, what do you want me to do? I really wasn't paying attention. Which seems to be malfunctioning, not, but emits high-pitched sound. That works. Whoa. Can you not while I'm in the middle of a fight? We'll deal with that beast. Whatever beast we're talking about. I need to branch out and try different skill trees because I'm getting way too used to just that skill solving all of my problems. Actually, perfect timing. Class skills. Thank you. Custom, obvious. So, if I were to do fiery stuff, what would I have access to? Strike. And passion, increase the heat damage of your melee weapons and increase the length of inflicted scorch statuses. Fire up, increase fire ability damage. Chance of scorching enemies. Meteor rain. I want to try out Conjure. Wait, I was going to look to see if there's any other conjuration, because I thought something else had a conjuration thingamabob. I just don't remember what. Ceramics. Or can be mounted and controlled. Oh. Okay. So this is how I resolve the issue of not having multiplayer for mounts. Now, just to check something. What increases the level it? Ah. Okay, so while they aren't permanent, the lifetimes get so long they might as well be. Got it. So out of this tree, I can get a Ramix. Which seems neat. Nothing there. Nada. Oh, and I guess this also means that I can take advantage of the mounted buffs. I don't think I will, but still worth noting. That's Berserker. Devotee. Conjurer's Scepter. All of these seem about the same. Increases the longevity of your conjuration. Energy for your creature form when striking enemies. Yeah. Okay, so that's option. Down here. So yeah, this was the tree we've been in. That's the damage lightning one. This is supposedly a heal lightning. Also, I can get a Roker. Again, all of them seem basically identical. Skill that gives me energy regen. Ooh. Light armor specialty. You can see her toss a sphere that decelerates or it bursts. Oh, grenade, got it. Fire, a slightly homing sphere of plasma that explodes on impact. Crackle plasma, create a controllable electric sphere that damages enemies it passes through before exploding. Discharge. Restricted ring of plasma. All your remaining energy. Oh. That sounds amazing. Just every 13 seconds, just explode and everything dies. Sure. Bender, do you have pet-related stuff? I like the idea of haste quite a bit. Ooh, cooldown speed. That's probably gonna cap at 36%, I'm guessing. Scatterbow. Okay. So the tree I want to try is this one. For now. Energy, conjure, serpent fly. 3-4 seconds. Don't know how useful that'll be, but let's see. Conjure Pantalids. Houndress. Ragolum. I mean, that's clearly the one we need to work for. I'm thinking what we'll do is just replace the low-level stuff once we get there. Charger. We can try the Serpent Fly Bomber. Brand your target, making conjurations with that. Oh, here's something I didn't think about. Can you summon multiple? Let's put 1 point here so I can test that. Oh. Oh, it just does multiple. How interesting. Oh my goodness. I now am playing a twin stick shooter. Oh my goodness. It's a twin stick shooter. This is ridiculous. Wait. That is that? Hold on. Okay, so it is leveling it up that lets me summon more than one. Just the Pantaliz does not get a multi modifier, it looks like. Alright. Don't think I care about attack command yet. Call, activate an aura that boosts the damage of all allied creatures near you. Alright. And I want added damage on my arrows and free homing. This also begs an interesting question. Could I theoretically just avoid the whole shape-shifting mechanic by having summons? I mean, I wouldn't, but could I? Oh, hello. Sir? Okay, that did nothing. Okay. You guys are totally worthless. Why is he so beefy? Well, at least he's slow. Like, it's pretty easy to not get hit by this guy. And for how slow he is, he does not do nearly enough damage. There we go. And I think that means I can now turn into him. Oh. Aha! Ha, ha. Oh, buddy is slow. Wonder if that was a mistake or intended by developers. There is really no telling. It seems like a design choice, just one that I don't agree with. Oh man, this walking speed. Yeah, no, this is not happening. That was so freaking cool, dude. I'll start fixing the bridge right away. Doric paid me to get rid of that Golem. Take it. You're the one who finished the job. That looked way easy. It was way easy. Considering the difficulty I've had with some of the, I'll call them bosses, but they're more like elite mobs. I don't know. Yeah. This is busted as all get out. I'm going the right way, right? Okay, that's how that works. Got it. Gorgeous. Okay, how? 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 Maybe jumping over that. Oh, a whole lot of not nice over there. Well, that's one way to deal with it. Bye! So we're done? I guess we're done. Hello, I did it. Please meet me in Keelan. Sure. Happy to. By the way, with the ease of that fight with the big Golem thing, it's worth noting that I'm on the highest difficulty. So the expected challenge level for that was even easier. Did you say lowest or highest? I am on the highest difficulty. I feel like the delay between the rush and the smack was where they messed up. Yeah. So I can theoretically just have an army fighting for me. Solo leveling style? Absolutely. Yeah, I'm ready for solo leveling to come back. That's a fantastic anime. I did, however, make the mistake of reading ahead. You read the entire thing before anime was even announced? Very nice. Yeah, I think solo leveling is the first manhwa I've ever read. I've checked out a few manga over the years, but for the most part, I'm just an anime watcher. Anything in the genre of literature RPG? Fair. What are you? Well, I didn't get your DNA, so I don't get to know what you are. And I can clearly jump down there, but how the heck would I get back out? Huh. Hello, Temple Keeper. Are you one of those Iron Raiders? No. If you could tell me, what's wrong? We are tasked with taking care of the Agvitri Temple. So, there's Iron Raiders at a temple, go beat them up. Got it. And by beat them up, I mean shoot them in the face with crossbow bolts. Lawson, how could I? Try and get it for you. What are we getting? Oh dear. Oh, well. Bye. Well, I got the headpiece. Whoa! This side, get to the side, get this side. Oh. Location nice. Oh, right. I should step in there in case there's a fast travel point right at the entrance, because most places so far have had a fast travel point very close to the entrance. Oh, hello. Can I have your DNA, please? No. While on a boat or along? Wait, there are boats? Hold on, what? Steer in the desired direction and gain speed by tapping the row button. What is the row button? Oh, that's the row button. Yes, this is boat. Oop. What is happening? I feel like I've got little to no control over this, but alright. Please, someone drop DNA. I'm like 90% sure you are the thing I need to be able to swim. Hello. Gorgeous. Was hoping for fast travel. Holy cow. That's some damage. In that case, we're gonna fight them like this. Go, my pretties! And not a single drop. Bruh! Bruh! Gideon Scafter. Ooh. It's a whole new tier of these guys. And I pretty, there it is. All right. Here's your thingamabob. Hold on. Is it just a quest item, or is it something I could use? Bunch of energy recharge. Yeah. Yeah, my old build was better. Like, this skill tree is neat, but it's just not there on the damage. Oh, this is definitely the shrine. Hello. You need to leave. This place doesn't belong to you. You're friends with that dull mountain people? Iron Raiders are allowed here. Not leaving until we're done. About that. So, do you want to leave now? No? Alright. Ooh, they've got a healer. Where is that healer? Okay. Give it a minute. Oh, he's the healer. Woo! All right, we're not ready for that. Might help if I equip the conjuration equipment. How does this fire? Don't like it. Seems okay. If I could find one of those that's fire damage, it might be worth it. Okay, one down. Two down. And as long as he doesn't fight me, we're good. Sweet. I will take it. And I think I only managed that because I'm using the summoner build. I don't know that I could have handled that otherwise. I'm gonna try it. Nice. Trapper. +2 to all trap skills. You're off for the night? I think I am close behind you. But I would like to finish this map, I think. So I will wish you good night, sir. They're gone. Battle axe for it. Nice. Okay, so that damage is not half bad. But I wonder how much my bow would have done. Bye, doggo. I wonder if I can cheese this by going boop, jump. Nope, nope, not working. Nope, nope. Ah. So, equipment can also have cooldown reduction. I wonder how high I can get that. Seriously? There were bolts in your face. There. Have some friends to play with. Okay, I mean, the bugs are putting in work. Guess I can't really complain about their damage when I see results like that. How's it going, friend? So glad we got the temple bag, but it looks terrible. Alright. Cosmic drop flowers to decorate the temple. Okay. What are those and where do I get them? Electrical? Well. Why did I do that? Oh. Oh, I didn't need to use summons for that. Oops. Ooh, I can get up to the 4th tier. I'm gonna have to think about this. Right. Huh. This requires 20 points spent to get up to this tier. Alright. There's a zone of raging electricity that repeatedly damages the area. That's the one that I was using. Ooh, 22 to get there. I'll bet it has to do with 1st, 2nd, and 3rd skill tree. I'm willing to bet. So, if I swapped this to be my 1st skill tree, I'd probably be able to access this right now. Up. Oh. Heal. Ah. Second cooldown, that's not going to work for me. This one is 7. So this tree would give me access to this. It's pretty clear I need access to a pet. So, what are my choices? Obviously, the Conjurer tree. What do I get with the Conjurer tree other than a choice of mounts? Decrease amount of reserved energy. I haven't really noticed anything with that. Like, that's not a problem. Is the damage dealt by charged melee attacks? Fire rate. Would help out my bow stuff. But I kind of want to try to just make a caster build. Like, the pet build is neat and clearly effective for certain things. But... I could try to put together a pure archer build. Not a terrible idea. Effectiveness with precision crossbows. Which I think is what I'm using. Is that what I'm using? Range, crossbow, repeater, piercing. I don't know. Hero's poison. Now let's finish up this section here. And I'll have to think about what kind of build I'm interested in having. Yeah, okay, so maybe those do damage. I would prefer something a bit more active than that, though. Right. Cool, these are big high-level boys. No! Whoa! Okay, are you the last one? Please be the last one. Finger Scapter. Was it short bow? Almost 2 per second. No, it's just not even close. Nah, we're just jumping off of this. No! Inventory isn't allowed to be full. Garbage. Giving blog. Oh, hold on. Please have a fast travel point right here. Pretty please. Yes. Glorious. Repeating crossbow. Beautiful. Oh. That's highly unfortunate. Alright. Guess we're not using that. Wait, don't care. Trying to go fast. Oh my god. There's so many places to go. I thought we were gonna have a short, pretty linear game out of this, and I was still going to be super excited about what we got, but man. Oh, okay. Whoa. Hey, there still needs work. How's it going? Ooh. No, 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 no. No! Why? Well, I'm getting good experience from them, that's for sure. Oh, big boy. Panoramic, sure. But what am I doing here? Just keep the volley of arrows going constantly. Uh-oh. Greater electric breath, level 24. Hello? What was that? I just walked up to the glowy thing. All right. Ultra-conductive scatter. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to have come here yet. I get that distinct impression. But hey, if you give me the option. Hold up, hold up, hold up. Gotta drop stuff. Drop. What? That and that. Huzzah! We have finished the thing. I wonder if there's one of the summons that's just faster than the others. That wouldn't surprise me. And would be very appreciated. What do you mean not yet? Yes, I found... Oh... How? What? Explain. I went all over here. Oh, well, didn't go there. Or there. Okay, so maybe I'm bad. Hello? Just looking to get to the other side. We have a meeting with your leader. No! Alright. Wait, where? Ah. Last one. Done. Hello, big boy. We're gonna just, ignore you. There you go. See? Coridden? What's that? Cool. Just armor form. Increases the level by 13 and by 30%, but double the defense, all resistances, all attributes. Holy cow. I'll mark that as favorite just in case. Thing's amazing. And it's definitely time for stream to end. It is so far past time for stream to end. Save. And get me out of here. Alright, so today did basic planning for the object pooling feature. I don't know that this is the best way to do it that I came up with today, but it should work, and it's fairly easy to use. Obviously, I still need to figure out how to have the objects actually be able to be deleted. Like, I figured out protecting from freeing, but I also need to be able to say, no, I do actually want you to delete now. Anyway, that is going to do it for today. Everyone, thank you all so much for joining. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. If you did, please give the video a share. Maybe you know someone that wants to learn game dev along with us. And, as always, an extra special thank you to my supporters on Ko-fi. Thank you all so much. And above all, guys, hope y'all have an outstanding day. Take care, everyone.